We're not going to the other house in a week.
So if you're in your safe place, stay there. It's not safe to be outside.
Imagine a monster hurricane attacking the U.S. Gulf Coast. Bayou towns devastated, Metro New Orleans brought to its knees. Then imagine that same monster coming back days later to attack the mid-Atlantic and New England with lethal flash floods and swarms of tornadoes. Well, you don't have to use your imagination. It happened in 2021. Today we remember the wrath of Ida. This is Josh Morgan. Louisiana had a rough start to the 2020s. First, there was monster Hurricane Laura in August, roaring ashore in the southwest part of the state with winds of 150 miles an hour. Not even 2 months later, Category 2 Hurricane Delta smashed almost the exact same place. Salt in the wound if I ever saw it. And then surprise Category 3 Hurricane Zeta hit the other side of the state, passing right over New Orleans just weeks later. By that point, Louisiana had had more than its fair share of hurricane action for years to come, right? Well, Mother Nature didn't think so. Cut to August 2021. A disturbance in the Caribbean becomes tropical storm and then Hurricane Ida. It marches northwest. A collision with Cuba does nothing to weaken the system. And once in the Gulf, it steadily strengthens. Like a stone-cold assassin, Ida has a target, moving in a perfect straight line for it, never deviating, never blinking. Unfortunately, that target is Louisiana.
People are saying, oh, you shouldn't be here, especially on Facebook and stuff, but it's like, how do I get out? And that has always been the problem the last 3 days.
It's kind of crazy that this is coming through on the anniversary of Katrina. We got guys coming in from all over the country. 13 states are represented here by us. You know, we have to have outside support. I mean, this is the thing that everybody has to work together. And I've always said sometimes this is God's way of bringing everybody together. It forces us to work together. But this is an all hands on deck. I mean, we need all the help we can get. We all do.
August 29th, 2021, morning. Ida, now a violent Category 4 hurricane, comes screaming ashore at Port Fourchon with estimated sustained winds of 150 miles an hour. There, a ship measures gusts over 200 miles an hour. Vulnerable bayou towns in Louisiana's southernmost parishes take Ida's full force, with communities like Grand Isle getting smashed almost beyond recognition by the unstoppable assault of wind and water. Ida treks north into the more populated parts of the state. The center threads between Baton Rouge and New Orleans, as if out of spite the storm decided to dole out abuse to both cities. Hurricane winds hammer the whole region, with even neighborhoods on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain getting raked by gusts well over 100 miles an hour.
We have no water, we have no electricity, and we have no food, no ice yet.
This is not going to happen overnight. You're not talking about a week, 2 weeks. You're talking about months. There are many sections of that levee that have been breached or compromised. That has brought in waters that have flooded the island, that have brought down structures, and has put a layer of sand across one end of the island all the way to the bay.
I chased Ida, chased it all the way to Houma, the largest city to get a direct Category 4 impact from the storm. One of the larger and more populated bayou cities, Houma was brought to its knees by Ida. In the afternoon, the hurricane's eye passed just east of the city, subjecting it to the fierce winds of the intense western eye wall. I remember watching those winds rip, watching the wreckage of the city flying through the air, watching the old live oaks waving wildly. The damage was enormous. Homes and businesses smashed, mobile homes rolled and crumpled, mountains of debris filling the historic downtown. For Houma, Ida was a generational impact, the kind of hurricane folks will be telling their grandkids about in 75 years. After mangling Louisiana, Ida swept into Mississippi and unraveled. And I'm gonna be honest here, I thought the Ida story was over. Wrong. Just like in one of those cheap horror movies, the monster wasn't dead. It was getting ready to strike again. And it did. Days later, Ida, now a post-tropical cyclone, attacked the densely populated Northeast with a 1-2 punch, extreme rainfall and a swarm of tornadoes. In some places, rainfall rates exceeded an incredible 3 inches an hour, drowning scores of people in their cars and even in their apartments in New York City and northern New Jersey. Tragically, more people died in these Northeast floods than in the Category 4 impact in Louisiana.
Absolutely unprecedented. A storm of ferocity that none of us has ever experienced before. The worst part of all the many, many tragedies, the many types of pain that this storm left in its wake, the worst part is that we've lost 13 New Yorkers.
The tornadoes, which occurred mostly in Pennsylvania, Maryland, and New Jersey, were unusually intense for this region, including a monster EF3. How does Hurricane Ida stack up historically? It's up there. It's tied with Laura and the 1856 Last Island hurricane as the strongest on record in Louisiana. The damage, about $74 billion, ranks it as number 6 on the list of costliest American hurricanes. Add to that 35 tornadoes, 55 direct deaths, and another 32 indirect deaths, and you have a storm that folks all the way from Louisiana to New England would like to forget. Ida was one of a tragic and historic cluster of Louisiana hurricanes, and its resurrection as a killer post-tropical storm in the Northeast adds a cruel twist to the story. It's a reminder to all of us that hurricanes can inflict tremendous misery long after they lose their hurricane status. This is Josh Morganman for Weather Nation TV.
Yoo-hoo, neighbors!
Oh, hi. Should we heat some up?
Well, how's your oven?
Oven? Where is she going?
Breakdowns are more common than you think. An American Home Shield warranty can repair or may even replace covered appliances and home systems.
Are
oven's fine. What we really love is the big backyard for our dog.
A big backyard with a big AC. AC breakdowns can cost up to $6,000 without a home warranty, but AHS plans can help, starting at $29.99 a month.
Yep, with Dad, we needed more room. He's getting up there.
It's hard when they get old. You have to face the inevitable. Luckily, even old washing machines can be fixed with AHS, right, Chuck?
Yep.
Who's Chuck?
A video chat repair expert to help fix home hassles, a benefit of select plans.
Where's that music coming from?
American Home Shield. Sign up today and get 50% off select home warranty plans.
Hey there, everybody. Gotta get something off my chest real quick. Recently, it seems like I've been talking, but no one's listening. Been thinking about getting a therapist, a mind wrangler, feeling hurt, or someone really listens to what I have to say.
Buddy, I hear ya. And look here on ZocDoc, 15, 10, 20 therapists, take insurance. Got a guy straight to the point, no small talk.
No, I see a 4-star, 4, 5, 4. How about a 5, 5, 5?
There you go, 5 stars. Got a guy, don't just listen, make you really feel like you're being heard.
Sold.
You've got options.
Love you, buddy.
Download the ZocDoc app today.
You want to stay ahead of the competition? Of course you do.
That means you need to streamline your essential workflows, like lunch.
That's why you need EasyCater, a mission-critical all-in-one tech platform for ordering food for work.
First, it shows you all your favorite restaurants.
Next, place your order exactly how your team wants it.
And all that paperwork, it doesn't even work anymore.
That's EasyCater, business tech that's flexible, efficient, and delicious.
Start an order at easycater.com.
NetCredit is here to say yes, even when other lenders won't. Apply online in minutes and get funds deposited the next business day or sooner. NetCredit. Credit to the people.
Let's take some time to talk about your Western Regional now here, 50 past the hour at Gold Beach, Oregon. A beautiful look this morning, and you know, it's going to be pretty warm across the coast, so that water might not be looking too bad for us here. We are looking at temps in Oregon in the 80s and more. Afternoon storms are going to spark up, especially inland, and then our next front will move in by tomorrow, and so this heat, it's not going to last all that long. Look at these temperatures in comparison to normal. It'll be about 15 to 20 degrees above normal, especially along the coastline. If you're in Spokane and Pullman, about 5 degrees above normal for you today. But look at these temps. Seattle, 83 degrees today, even hotter in Portland, 92, and down in Medford, Oregon, you're also going to be just as warm, hitting 92 degrees. If you're in Spokane and Pullman, you'll be hanging out in the low to mid 70s, but Portland, the record high today is 95, so we're only a few degrees shy of that potential record, where normally we should be around 72. Over the next couple of days, that's pretty much where we get to, is normal. So it doesn't last long. Today is the only day of the really hot temperatures, and then we drop down to seasonal and then get even cooler than seasonal by the time we head into the late part of the week. So by Friday, Seattle, now you're looking at temperatures in the low 60s. So it'll be cooler than what's normal. And what's going to help that cool down is this moisture and this frontal boundary that starts to work its way in by tomorrow early in the morning. So if you are waking up early morning, you'll see some showers, you'll see some cloud cover out there. This front continues to move in through the afternoon, and that cloud cover does linger across the coastline here. You will see some peaks of sunshine for sure, but you'll still see some moisture kind of swinging its way in, especially the coastal areas of Washington through Friday. And notice the northern Cascades could be even cold enough by then to see a little bit of light snowfall accumulation. Seattle, Washington extended forecast here. We go from the 80s to the low 60s all the way through the weekend. Some better chances to see some more rain by Saturday. Boise, 84 today. You'll see more of your warmth come in by Wednesday, and then you'll even be back into the 90s again for a quick moment on Friday. Farther inland, temperatures today will be around 75 in Billings, Montana, 74 down in Cheyenne with a few of those showers and storms, and looking quite similar heading into tomorrow. Not a lot of change. It'll be a little bit warmer, though, if you're in cities like Boise. Storms, they're present, especially the more east we go. So you are looking at the potential for a few of those stronger storms there, far eastern portions of Wyoming and Montana, and then out across the plains. That moisture coming in from the Pacific is going to reach us across the northern Rockies by the time we head into about Thursday, and then continue to push out across the plains there as well. But as far as heavy rainfall moving forward, I know we've watched a lot of heavy rain over the last couple of days in parts of Montana. It's not expected to be heavy or looking at high risks for flooding by any means. If you're heading up to Yellowstone National Park this weekend, temperatures will be in the low 80s and low 70s. Want to take you to the southwest now, bring in Kevin with a view here.
Did you guys get any hail? I mean, we had so many reports. I think we had about 85 for the country. I assume they all came from Colorado.
Yeah, we had to move my car. Well, Jackie moved my car for me because I was on air. But yeah, we saw the storms. I trusted her enough, yeah.
That makes one of us, I guess. As we get into all these hail reports, let's show you what came down, because some of it got pretty big east of town. Got golf ball plus size hail in Woodrow, Bennett, back toward even downtown Denver, the Rhino area, if you know the area. The north side of downtown got some pretty good size hailstones out there. Going into today, the threat's still going to be there, although it doesn't look like it's quite as robust as what we were potentially staring down yesterday. Staying fairly warm, of course. We wouldn't be talking about severe chances without the warm weather, it feels like. So here we go. As we get into this afternoon, the Front Range, 84 degrees, and of course, more storms on the other side of 1 and 2 o'clock or so. So know what to do with the car as we get into the early afternoon hours, potentially, as we roll forward. That severe weather outlook again, up and down the I-25 corridor. Those things will fire east and then roll out into the plains as we get into tonight. Tomorrow, probably looking at more rain chances. Hopefully we can stay away from the severe stuff, although, again, if you're way out into the eastern plains, I'd still be watching some of these storms getting into your Wednesday. Thursday, get to do it all over again. At the very least, we'll have some cloud cover, I guess, headed our way. Maybe cutting into some of those warm afternoon highs. Rainfall amounts, again, depends where we see some of these storms, because we saw what can happen underneath some of those. You get a quick inch or two, we can have some issues out on some of those roadways. Otherwise, temperatures just kind of cruising, mid to upper 80s. If anything, we're climbing the wrong direction, it looks like, here Friday into Saturday. We'll be talking about the mid 90s. That ain't going to be fun. Into Denver. Down toward Albuquerque and New Mexico in general, kind of dealing with the more widespread scattered showers and thunderstorms out there. So they'll be easier to find. The severe threat will be there too. Probably more of a large hail, damaging wind kind of thing as we get into the eastern side, especially of New Mexico. Some of that rain looks like it's going to try to back up into Tucson as we get into tomorrow, and we'll see what's left over by Friday. But again, that severe weather outlook today, the far eastern reaches of New Mexico, because the storms are a lot easier to find, there's more of them, more concerned about the flooding threat down here. Slight risk from the Weather Prediction Center. Down around the Roswell area, and we know how many burn scars are down there. So again, we can take less rain to have just as many impacts out there into the eastern side of New Mexico. Temperatures, again, kind of depends on how much thunderstorm activity we've got out there, but trying to get into the mid and upper 80s for the most part, even in places like Albuquerque. Further west, we're just kind of cruising, although the mercury's cruising a little bit too much in some spots. 93 degrees today and tomorrow as we get into Sacramento, 96 on Wednesday in places like Bakersfield, even Los Angeles, getting a little bit toasty. If it's a little too toasty for you to head outside, you can always stream us on YouTube. It's one of our new platforms out there.
When you look at your grocery bill, is it so high it knocks you off your feet? It's time to stand up and save with InstaSeal by Bell & Howell, the world's first vertical vacuum sealing system designed to save you money. Unlike ordinary storage bags that trap air in, spoiling your food, InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Look, flat sealers create a big mess, but InstaSeal is upright, mess-free, and easy. The secret is Smart Seal technology. With just one touch, it auto-feeds the bag to seal, pauses to vacuum out the air, then continues to perfectly seal. Plus, InstaSeal has a motor powerful enough to crush cans, but smart enough to save crackers from turning to dust. Forget big, bulky sealers you have to put away. InstaSeal's compact design stays to help you seal and save every day. Got a great deal on chicken, meat, or fish? InstaSeal protects it from freezer burn. Now buy groceries in bulk. Make meals ahead of time. InstaSeal and save. It even works with all universal storage system bags. Buy on sale meats. InstaSeal and save. When you add it all up, InstaSeal will help you seal and save hundreds on your family's grocery bill. Call or go online now and get the complete InstaSeal system that keeps food fresh 6 times longer, with enough storage bags to fill your entire fridge for the special TV discount price of just $99.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-308-1932 or go to buyinstaseal.com. So call 1-800-308-1932 or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
With Redfin, you'll know the moment your next place hits the market, whether you're looking to buy your dream home or rent a sweet pad. Set your must-haves and get real-time notifications tailored just for you. Download the Redfin app today.
I want to take you out to Laredo, Mexico. It is Hurricane Preparedness Week here on Weather Nation, and we are already tracking a couple of disturbances out in the eastern Pacific. One of those areas that you could see, the one much farther out, has a higher chance of tropical development. There's a lot more beginning signs of that organization starting to happen. And then there's another area closer to the coastline of Mexico that we're watching here. Has gone up in potential for development over the next couple of days, but this higher chance here, Invest 90E, doesn't look like it's going to be reaching anyone here, at least right now. Looks like it's going to stay out over those open waters before it fizzles out. And Amanda will be the name that it takes on if this becomes our very first tropical system. But if you're out in the Atlantic, things are quiet. No activity, at least right now, is expected in the next 7 days. So let's take you to the continental U.S. Let's talk about the storms that we've been seeing the last couple of days. And one of those storms, wow, Denver, Colorado. I mean, we were watching this storm coming in on radar yesterday and just seeing the amount of hail there. Poof, Kevin, that's crazy.
Yeah, a lot of us, avoided some trouble if you found yourself on the eastern side of Denver. Can't say that about everybody, because downtown Denver picked up, golf ball size hail in a lot of spots. So that's where large cluster of all those yellow dots coming from. Look at that big cluster of blue dots. So, I mean, we were knocking down trees, unfortunately, and, by the barrels, unfortunately, yesterday with all sorts of wind damage out of some of those storms. Looking around it and kind of poking around at some of those wind reports, they were closer to like 50 miles per hour. So go.
that that's immediate in the aspect.
Inbound Whitehall vessel at the vicinity of buoy set 7 and 8. This is U.S. Navy Patrol Craft 04 hailing you on channel 16, over. Inbound Whitehall vessel in the vicinity of Point Loma. This is U.S. Navy Patrol Craft 04 hailing you on channel 16, over. Whitehall craft, nothing heard out.
called the twist. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Chubby Checker.
Come on, baby, let's do the twist. Come on, baby, let's do the twist. Take me by my little hand and go like this. Yeah, twist, baby, twist. Ooh, yeah, just like this. Come on, little miss, and do the twist. My daddy is sleeping, and mama ain't around. Yeah, daddy's just sleeping, and mama ain't around. We're gonna twist it, till we tear the house down. Come on and twist, yeah, baby, twist. Ooh, yeah, just like this. Come on, little miss, and do the twist. Yeah. You should see my little sister. You should see my little sister. She really knows how to rock. She knows how to twist.
Like to go for control. Patrol copy.
And do the twist. Yeah. That's all right. Yeah. Twist so nice. Twist.
Inbound Blue Prizer craft, this is U.S. Navy Patrol Boat 2004, hailing you on channel 16, over.
4 Control 1. Control 1, pizza left.
Security, 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 all stations, all stations, all stations. This is United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego, United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego, United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego. June 2nd, 7:50 local time, 14:50 coordinated universal time. The Coast Guard received a report of a set of wooden steps with possible metal parts partially submerged in the San Diego Bay entrance channel. All vessels are advised to transit the area with caution and report all sightings to the United States Coast Guard. Break. This is United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego. Out.
David Raiders Control 1. Change 5 has been.
Securite. This is Warship 2-3, 2 miles south of buoy SD, getting underway from Anchorage. Requesting all vessels remain clear. Securite. This is Warship 2-3, 2 miles south of buoy SD, getting underway from Anchorage. Requesting all vessels remain clear. Standing by on channel 16. Out.
Security, 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 all stations, all stations, all stations. This is United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego, United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego, United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego. June 2nd, 7:50 local time, 14:50 coordinated universal time. The Coast Guard received a report of a set of wooden steps with possible metal parts partially submerged in the San Diego Bay entrance channel. All vessels are advised to transit the area with caution and report all sightings to the United States Coast Guard. Break. This is United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego. Out.
Security. That's what's going on.
Security, 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 all stations, all stations, all stations. This is United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego, United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego, United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego. June 2nd, 7:50 local time, 14:50 coordinated universal time. The Coast Guard received a report of a set of wooden steps with possible metal parts partially submerged in the San Diego Bay entrance channel. All vessels are advised to transit the area with caution and report all sightings to the United States Coast Guard. Break. This is United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego. Out.
Aircraft Carrier 8, this is Warship 2-3. 5 nautical miles off your starboard bow, hailing on channel 16, over.
On est au retour de Cadeville.
Assault Carrier 8, this is Warship 2-3, 9 nautical miles off of your starboard bow, hailing on channel 16, over. Assault Carrier 8, this is Warship 2-3, 9 nautical miles off of your starboard bow, hailing you on channel 16, over.
This is Aircraft Carrier 8 on channel 16, over.
Aircraft Carrier 8, this is Warship 2-3, requesting me on channel 72, over.
72.
Carrier 8, this is Warship 2-3, 5 nautical miles off of your starboard bow, hailing you on channel 16, over.
This is Aircraft Carrier 8 on channel 16, go ahead.
Aircraft Carrier 8, this is Warship 2-3, requesting me on channel 72, over.
Moving to 7-2.
Security, 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 all stations, all stations, all stations. This is United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego, United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego, United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego. June 2nd, 7:50 local time, 14:50 coordinated universal time. The Coast Guard received a report of a set of wooden steps with possible metal parts partially submerged in the San Diego Bay entrance channel. All vessels are advised to transit the area with caution and report all sightings to the United States Coast Guard. Break. This is United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego. Out.
Copy. Break. Mattzweck Wheeler Control 1, you can pass through Pier 8. Copy.
Cadwell, this is aircraft carrier 8 hailing you on channel 16, over.
This is Cadwell, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Captain. Request you shift to meet me channel 72, over.
7-2.
Cadwell, this is assault carrier 8 hailing you on channel 16, over.
Yes, this is Cadwell, go ahead, please.
Request you switch and meet me on channel 72, over.
7-2.
BNSF's Needle subdivision traverses one of the hottest and driest places in North America, the Mojave Desert. Running nearly 170 miles between Barstow and Needles, California, this transcontinental mainline boasts over 80 trains in a 24-hour period. Join 7 Idea Productions on an action-packed tour of this high-density railroad. If desert running sounds easy, it isn't. Trains must battle 2 big grades as they cross the Mojave: Ash Hill
June 2nd, I've got weather to talk about today. It's a Tuesday. It's June 2nd. I've got weather to talk about today. Still on the road. I'll be on the road for the next couple of days up in the north, up around Cape Mendocino, where the fog came back in last night. It's not a deep inversion, and that's the same way it is along the coast. Inversion is still pretty shallow, but fog was able to form as the high pressure weakened a little bit. And you're like, well, it's going to cool down. It is eventually, but we're still going to see some pretty significant warmth, low 90s, mid 90s in the Sacramento and San Joaquin Valley. So we'll talk all about that. We'll use the models. We'll do this. We'll start off looking at some air quality in Southern California. We'll look at watchduty.org, where there's a fire burning down in Southern California. We look at the satellite image, obviously. That tees up the computer models. We'll look at the soundings, which right now are showing kind of a shallow inversion, which means you're seeing dense fog in places like Watsonville, Santa Cruz, and in San Francisco, in areas north and south. And then Weather Service headlines, which is just regional Weather Service office going, boom, this is the front page of our website, which means this is what we're worried about. So we'll see all sorts of things from wind to heat to desert, where they're going to see temperatures back in the low 100s. And then we take all that information and go, does that make sense? And then we look at the computer models. The models that the National Weather Service people use, the national models that I use, and you get access to it. So we're going to look at all the models, or not all of them, but the ones that are germane to what we're doing today. And then we look at temperature forecasts, national forecasts, and then we go to California north to south. What is that? That's live cameras going north to south from Wairika to San Diego, taking live pictures and relating them back to what we just talked about, the data points, the models, the weather service. Does this make sense based on what we're seeing? Because weather forecasting is what's really happening. Weather forecasting is forecasting. Let's see if the models initiate well off these live pictures, or essentially live at the time. In other words, you can kind of pick out, you make connections. So we'll look at California north to south. That includes air quality. That includes some reservoir levels. That includes some soundings. That includes a lot of cool live pictures all the way down the coast past Santa Barbara to San Diego. And then we go to Nature Snacks, where we take a big deep breath and look at California, kind of our little love letter to California, which includes the big bear eagles, which are growing quickly. This is the forecast for early next week. This is very different than what we saw yesterday. This is a GFS product, but it's showing rainfall for next week. And that's like, if you're a tradesman or a painter, you're outside working, you're like, what? Not Southern California, Northern California. And this comes from the north. So we'll take a look at that. This is the air quality section I was talking about in Southern California. You're seeing a little bit of haze out there now, right in here. This is Mount Wilson East, and it's a pretty shallow inversion. You can tell that because it's not even to Mount Wilson. Mount Wilson's high. It's over 5,000 feet, but you can see the inversions down around 1,000 feet, which creates not great air quality, and that's what we're seeing in Southern California or Los Angeles area right now. It'll get better today, but it's not going to be as good as it had been. We're looking at fires. I pulled up watchduty.org. And that's a fire burning live. That's the border fire, but they got a good handle on that. That one's got a little bit of wind and a little bit of hill activity to it. But they're getting a handle on it. It's 20 acres now. We'll keep an eye on that. And then we look at the satellite, which is right now, essentially. This is at 10:45 this morning. And you see along the coast, you got the fog. And you can kind of see it's a sparse marine layer. It's not a very robust marine layer for sure. And so you see here, I'm actually right up in here. And you can kind of see breaks in the clouds. And then if we take a look at the soundings, let's go San Francisco sounding. Yeah, this is San Francisco. It's covered up here, but the sounding is down here. So the red and the blue lines, the very surface, are very close together. That means it's a shallow inversion. I'd say the San Francisco inversion is 700 feet deep. Just the North Tower, the bridge is 720. So yeah, it's just right to the Golden Gate Bridge, just at least what the sounding is showing this morning. And it warms, the atmosphere warms with air, with elevation, which is an unusual situation. And then it cools in the typical way once you get past 5,000 feet. And you see the moisture spreads out too. These two lines, when they're not close together, the red and the blue, that's moisture or dew point. That's temperature. When they're close together, they're not touching here, but essentially they are at the surface. That is a very shallow marine layer deck. And that's what we've got along the entire coast, except for down around Big Sur and Point Conception. So this is Weather Service headline: enhanced wind coming up on Wednesday, 18, 20 miles an hour in the Central Valley. We'll see that in the models. That's the Weather Service office of Sacramento. This is also the Weather Service office out of Sacramento, and they're saying Marysville winds will be gusting 24-hour gusts up to 30 miles an hour on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So the yellow areas for Red Bluff and Redding. So breezy in the Central Valley. And then they're also highlighting the moderate heat risk, which lasts, they've got it lasting through the 5th. And moderate heat risk just means like kind of like what you had today or yesterday. It's just gonna be warmer, and down into Bakersfield as well. A little cooler coastside because the fog has returned. Happy meteorological summer. This is our friends out of Hanford, and they're just going, it's, 30, 40, 50% chance of temperatures above 95 degrees, just covering themselves. And then this is out of Vegas, I believe, or out of Phoenix, and they're just going, El Centro is going to go $1.07 on as we go through the next couple of days. So you can see the temperature trends for the deserts. So they're advertising heat. None of it's crazy heat, just heat. And then along the coast, we've got this purple, this dark purple is a gale warning that wants to go into effect pretty soon. That'll be like to tomorrow probably. In the meantime, you got a small craft advisory offshore, and that is for wind. So now the models are going to depict that. They're going to go, okay, so here's the heat. These are above average temperatures, orange. This is today, and you can kind of see that slight ridge. So it's slightly above average. You just use the colors, just eyeball it. And the really above average temperatures are up here, up around Canada. But we're a little above average again today, and again tomorrow. Let me move this up a little bit. And then Wednesday still, there's the wind. Tuesday, Wednesday. There's Thursday afternoon. And look what happens. This is the big change up. This is on Friday. Weekend's cooler, right? So this whole week is going to be represented by this. Then we're going to get to Friday, Saturday, and we're going to get to feel the impacts of this average temperature, right? Because of white is about average where we should be for this time of year, but now it's getting cooler than average. And that's on Saturday, Sunday, and then here comes your opportunity to rain. So the weekend looks cooler, nice though. Deep marine layer, nicer than temperatures in the Bay Area in the mid 70s, temperatures in the valleys in the mid upper 80s. And then this comes in and changes everything. And you look at that and you go, oh, there's right front quadrant, right? I mean, is that exactly how it's going to go down? No, it's ways off. But this is next week, early next week. And this area sets up for most of California to be on the right side of this low, which is where the dynamics will be. So we'll keep an eye on that. Like I said, that's an interesting change. If you were with us yesterday, and then it goes right back to a little bit warmer. If you were with us yesterday, you didn't see that, right? So that's a big switch up for the model. Here is sea level pressure rainfall. And this is the today, tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, little pressure gradient, Saturday. You see the thickness lines dropping down, temperatures cooling. Those red dashed lines are dropping down. Thinner air mass because it's colder. So the lower heights are coming south. And that takes us through Sunday. And then here comes Sunday night, Monday morning. And that's a cold front. Does that go down? I hope so. I really do. But this would impact your Sunday night, Monday, Tuesday, maybe a bit into Wednesday. Yeah, that's Wednesday afternoon in the mountains. Wouldn't that be? That'd be pretty awesome. Is that going to happen? Can't say. But I hope so. It looks pretty, the pattern looks pretty positive in terms of the potential for that to occur. So this is rainfall accumulation. And so that's on Monday evening. So for whatever that's worth. So this is your I won't be up here on Monday, but I would suspect rain up here. Again, up here is north of Cape Mendocino. I'd expect rain up here certainly by Sunday night. And then you see it fill in. This is Tuesday morning and Tuesday afternoon. Right? So it's a long ways out. It's still awesome. Hope you're having a good day. I'm going to get through the models and we'll riff a little bit. This is forecast high for today. Not that warm. Mid 90s in Bakersfield, 92 in Red Bluff. Okay. Los Angeles, 75. Then we go to tomorrow and we're about the same, maybe a little warmer. So today, Tuesday, Wednesday, about the same. Got some wind on Wednesday and then, Thursday. Right. About the same. So it's really this whole week, then Friday. And then Saturday, it starts to cool. That's that low coming in. And then Sunday, it's cooler. And then Monday, it barely gets out of the 50s into the low 60s. So that Monday, Tuesday is our time for potential rain. That model agrees. Some wind. Most of it stays offshore. That wind field's hit. This is on Wednesday. See the reds? That's significant wind. It's 43 mile an hour. That's where that gale warning comes from. So you guys, you fishermen, I got a lot of you guys too. You know what that means, that signature. In the Central Valley, that means that right there, you're going to see some winds kick up, delta breezes, like big time. But again, by this time, it's just that's going to cool the valley pretty quick. That's a strong delta breeze on Wednesday, Thursday. And then you'll see the winds slack down, and they should slack down when that system comes in, right? Sunday, yeah, they back off. And so that's the rain, the potential for rain. All right. That's just sort of a visual. So that's it. That's California north to south. These are the forecast highs for today. Yeah, having fun. I'm up at, I did a cool ride yesterday. It was weird, man. I got lost. That was cool because you always got a cell phone, but I got in pretty deep and on some fire roads. I was riding my gravel bike. This is, the forecast for today. 75 in Los Angeles. Forecast for tomorrow, 72 in Los Angeles. So next few days are the same. So anyway, I got it going. And I left Pam at a really cool spot on the creek, on the river with Fran and a book. She's stoked. She's digging it. Sunny day. It's been nice up here. It's like 72 degrees yesterday. But I got in deep and, didn't have a mechanical, but I was like, if I have them in, cause I didn't have any bars on my bar. I was like 20 miles in. And the road kind of was supposed to go one way, but you know how logging roads are. And I was just it's getting kind of dark. God. Mostly I was worried if I don't get a hold of her, she's going to think I'm dead, and consequently I was not dead. I am here. But I was like going, oh yeah, they're going to need to bring in a helicopter. Down in this canyon. And I was out of food. I had plenty of water, but, it's kind of, and truthfully, and you can relate to this too. I know a bunch of you can because I know who you are, but, sometimes it is kind of fun to get lost. I wasn't lost. I knew where I was. But I was lost in that I am going to be late as hell and I'm going to worry somebody. That was my biggest concern. I didn't want somebody to be worried. I knew I could get back eventually. And I knew I had a jacket, I wasn't going to die in the wilderness. It wasn't nothing like that. But, and when you're doing the calculus, you're like doing everything. Oh man, this could go bad and Pam's going to worry. Then she's going to call the ranger. Right. So, again, that's just me because I'm extra cautious. But I thought about it last night and it was like, it was never really that bad. Truthfully, it sounds bad. And it felt bad because I was in a spot I didn't want to be in. But, this is, up at Mount Shasta. Let's see what they're doing here. But I was thinking about it the other day. There we go. Beautiful day. It's going to pop over to a fire. I sort of like that feeling. I get it about, I was telling Pammy, I get it about every few years. I'll do something, either get out and surf. There's the fire. I'll get out and surf that's too big. And that same feeling comes over you where you're like, oh man, I just got to get to the beach, right? Or this was that feeling. And it's so humbling. It's so awesome because you kind of go, you're alive. You're just like, I got to smooth myself out, get my physicalness together, be strong enough to climb that mountain or to paddle through that set or to hold my breath that long. And it was one of those hold your breath things. So I was like, yeah. Again, never in danger, but just woke me up, and it was kind of like, it's refreshing. I know. You know that feeling. I know you do. I just don't get it right. It's nice to remind yourself that we are not all that. I was up in here somewhere. Truthfully, I was up in, that's Crescent City. You know, that's Eureka. I was up here. I was up in this area, kind of in these hills, and it was getting dark, and there's not a lot of roads. I was surprised. I was disrespected the road thing too. I should have known there weren't. I mean, I was on a fire. It was a good road, fire road, but there was not traveled. There wasn't nobody on it. That's Mount Diablo. Temperature in Livermore, Laoga. What did we say? Let's say 92. Yeah, 92, 90. And this is Walnut Grove. Air quality looks pretty good. And then this is San Francisco. That's showing that shallow inversion. So we can see this here. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you guys are good with the model stuff we do. Ooh, look at that. Yeah, that's pretty deep inversion. It got deep last night or this morning, and it shallowed out. Because when I looked at look at the sounding together. That right there, that inversion would represent 1,500, 1,800 feet. Because Mount Tamalpais is pretty high. How did it? Oh, well, wait a minute now. That must have been an old picture. Yeah. Yeah, it just loaded upward. That's right. There's no way. Because you saw the first picture. Yeah, it was. Okay. Yeah. Nice. So this is a San Francisco inversion, which is still this. It didn't verify though, but maybe it was now. It verified because it shows under 700 feet. Well, let's just call that what it is. I don't know. There's the winds offshore. Here is Folsom Lake. Very full. Can you see it? Temperature in Sacramento today, 92 degrees. Folsom Lake. Sort of interesting because I like the grid. This is the reservoir. And this green line represents, which I remember well, 1982. That's how much water they got in. They were almost dribbling it out over the top because they were over the total reservoir capacity. And we, because of the early snowmelt, are right at 1982. And you're like, wow, that's great. We're crushing it for water. We are. But in the long term, not having that snowmelt, could impact us quite a bit next year if we don't have a good snow year. Because that snowmelt, like Lake Mead and Lake Havasu, they're going to start, well, they're already 10 years in arrears, but you just need that. You don't want to get behind. Our savings account is down this year. Our checking account is flush. We have money. We can pay the rent. We can get the car fixed. We're looking at Sacramento's. Okay, so we're looking at Sacramento's inversion. So right here, and then you can see how dry it is. There's the moisture, and there's the actual temperature, and that basically shows you that the temperature when that line is on that line, the red line, the temperature meets the dew point, it becomes condensation. So it's dry. It's dry. See how far apart they are? It's really dry all the way up. Yeah. And what I was going to say something else about, so dew point, you guys, the farmers use dew point all the time. Dew point temperature is a really nice tool. There's relative humidity, which is, it's okay. But dew point tells you the temperature at which condensation will occur. So a dew point's a temperature, right? It's not a percentage, it's a temperature. So when 62 degrees is hit on the red line, and the 62 degrees on the dew point are hit, you're going to have cloud formation. The reason farmers love it is because this is Bakersfield. Not bad air quality. Farmers love it because it's a great way to unfreeze nights. There's a lot of things you can tell. But the dew point, once the dew point temperature is met, that's as cool as it can get. Because when condensation occurs, the latent heat gets released in that process. And so heat gets released, so it actually starts to warm. So when you have a dew point of 34 degrees and you're a farmer and you're worried about a freeze, you're worried still, but most likely at 34 degrees, the fog is going to form and temperatures are going to stay manageable for your crop, hopefully. So there is Los Angeles. Air quality does not look awesome. This is Big Bear Lake. We're going to look at the Eagles a little later on. A little bit of breeziness up there, but not too bad. You can see the lake is pretty manageable in terms of navigating. Big Bear is like 7,000 feet up, 7,000. Well, this point is 7,156 feet. That's pretty high mountain. And the eagles, it's interesting. The eagles like this. There's a lot of eagles, not a lot, I guess, but there's many eagles that frequent this area because the lake doesn't freeze solid typically. And so they're able to fish year round, right? If you have a lake that freezes and you're an eagle, you're kind of screwed. You can always get other eagle food, but they can fish this lake. And some of the fish I've seen them bring in are significant. This is Santa Barbara. Let's just pull that in here for having a good day. Yeah, today I was going to ride that, there's the fog. I was going to ride that. They put in a new trail, kind of on the old rail line. Pam and I are going to ride that trail from Eureka to Arcata. It's just like I don't know. It's new or newer. So I think that'll be cool. Get the cobwebs off that camera. I'm going to have to drive down there. And then this is Los Angeles. That's at air quality. So, yeah. So, air quality not muy bueno. Sorry, guys. I wish it was. It's not that awesome. The inversion down there. Let's check the inversion in Southern California, just because we can do all that. A lot of these inversion numbers are not, these are coming off models using, so the inversion is, you're not going to be able to see this, but it's about 1,500 feet deep. So it's not that shallow. It's not that deep. Yeah, it should get better. This is how dry it is when you go up. Look at the temperature spreads. It tries to get a little cool moisture. It gets a little moisture at like 13,000 feet. That's it. Okay, so Los Angeles, Big Bear, Los Angeles, San Diego, beautiful. San Diego, that San Diego shot and that Santa Barbara shot look pretty close to similar. Surf. You know what was weird yesterday? There was some surf up here. I didn't go. Couldn't find anybody out there. Some waves because the wind went offshore. So there were some, swell's not that big right now. It was big yesterday or day before yesterday. But I'm kind of worried about surfing alone. That's that same thing where you see a dorsal and you're by yourself. It just feels like you feel like if there's at least 3 guys out, your odds are cut down and getting, swacked. It's just sort of not smart. I mean, the whole thing's ridiculous, but, I didn't go out because it was a big beach break. It was the big, we're Big Lagoon, not Big Lagoon. It's just south of Oric, but it was glassy. And it was probably 4 to 6. Looked really fun. I don't know. And then this is Santa Cruz. Looks really crowded. You can tell swell's okay. It's like 3 to 5, 4 to, they're calling it, I think 4 to 6. It's going to come up a lot on Wednesday, the swell, Point Conception, Santa Barbara area. This is the tip of the point. Inversion here is again about 1,600 feet. And then this is Oceanside Pier. And I know Oceanside because a friend of mine, Danny McInerney, and his wonderful wife, Susie, who was a Rose Queen, which is wonderful. She's more than a Rose Queen. That was a big deal in my day. But anyway, Danny's mom, Neville, used to live in San Malo. And Pam and I would go down and Danny would let us, we would go take her. She was so awesome. We would take her she loved, rubies at the pier, right? And so we'd take her. She was like 90 something. And it was so fun to sit and talk with her. She was one of those gals that used to hang out down at San Onofre back in the 60s. So she knew all these guys. Like I was going, so you knew, Doc Proctor, you knew, all those old names, they elude me now. Blake, Tom Blake. You knew these? Yeah. She goes, I didn't know them directly. She goes, I knew who they were. She'd drive down from Pasadena and see them. This is Heavenly Valley. I just want to point this out because of the wind. I love that windsock. But it was so fun to talk to her. And I remember every time I see that pier, I think of her. She had really awesome stories. Like, they're cool. She was a cool chick. She passed a couple years ago, Neville McInerney. This is, this Puffins. Every time I do that, you guys are like, it's a puffin, Bill. What the hell? East Coast puffin, though, or Atlantic puffin. And they're awesome. They mate for life. Did you know that? And why are you showing these? Because why would you not? Talk about nature snack. Look at that. Cue the puffins. They're mating right now, and I think they're awesome, right? They're called clowns of the sea. Because they kind of, because they're kind of, but we have them. We got them here. Like I was looking yesterday for them up on, up outside of Wedding Rock off of Sumeg. It was Patrick's Point, but now it's Sumeg. Campground. But they mate for life, and they spend most of their time out in the ocean. And you can see them, the West Coast tufted puffins, Pacific puffins, are here. They're around. They're mostly out at the Farallones. Alaska, they love Alaska. This is Bear Valley. And they still have snow. They're going to get, I think that thing this weekend's going to go. I really do. I really do. Just the fact, because this thing right here, this is what struck me. When I go back to here, see there's one low, there's actually three. There's one, two, see those two low centers? And then this guy. That's a lot of area of low pressure. So for that thing to not deepen out, in other words, that's a strong signature. That's what I should say. So we will see. Puffins, Bear Valley, Eagles. Want to hear them? And they're cute. I was watching them this morning. I think they're just waiting around to fly. They're getting bigger every day. They eat like horses. Think about it. How long ago has it been? It's been 2 months. In 2 months, they've grown this big. I don't remember how long it's been, but I think we're somewhere around 2 months. And they grow that big. So they're getting ready. And it's kind of always cathartic when they leave. And then it's cute. The other thing is when they leave, we'll come back and they'll come back. They fly back to the nest. Like I used to go home when I was like 19 and just steal my mom's food and do laundry. Sometimes they do that. They'll come back, before they get to be grown-ups. It's Venice Beach. All right. Maybe we're going to get to see the hand. Venice is I got to go to Venice sometime. I haven't been to Venice Beach in forever. When I used to go to Venice Beach back in the 80s, it was kind of, I can say it. I'll probably get in trouble for this, but because I'm not an LA guy, but it was kind of ratchet. It kind of had a downturn. And then all of a sudden it became the spot, and they fixed it up, and but I don't know what they did, but I remember going there going, didn't feel good. I think you saw it on the pier was breaking down at the amusement park, down at the pier. It was just, everything felt weird. You can school me on that for sure. I don't know. I seem to remember. I remember people going, yeah, you went to Venice? And now it's like, oh my God, Venice Beach. Okay, so we're good. What do we know? This whole week's money. There's some wind. There's some heat. None of it's a big deal. But what's a big deal is this deal on Sunday afternoon into night into Monday and Tuesday. That's a big deal. That's a cool down. That's a chance for rain. And that would help us out with this fire danger, which is something that comes up a lot in our world. And this is the fire down here. This is the border fire. Of this. I think I can get a picture of it, believe it or not. And this one's got, that's as of 3 minutes ago. Let's see if I can make it move. I think that's smoke because we're facing towards the east. It doesn't look too bad, but you can see the terrain's kind of rugged. Okay, I'm going to roll. Hopefully I'll talk to you tomorrow. See you back here.
Security, 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 all stations, all stations, all stations. This is United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego, United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego, United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego. June 2nd, 7:50 local time, 14:50 coordinated universal time. The Coast Guard received a report of a set of wooden steps with possible metal parts partially submerged in the San Diego Bay entrance channel. All vessels are advised to transit the area with caution and report all sightings to the United States Coast Guard. Break. This is United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego. Out.
USS Coast Guard, LCU 1630, comms check, how copy? Comms check, how copy?